Hi everyone. So I'm going to continue now with the advanced drawing app here. And today what I will do is first I'll include some contributions from Yusuf and Besterenon. And then I hope I can do panning and zooming for the stage, because at the moment this is just static here, this white rectangle where you can draw things. I can't move it in any way if I want, for example, to have it more to the right or to the left or zoom in. This is something that I will need to implement. I really want that to happen. And if you think about making thumbnails for YouTube, which is my kind of goal with this application, then this size of the stage here is too small. At the moment, where is it defined? Maybe here. 600 by 480 is too small for the YouTube thumbnail, so it's going to need to be much larger, and that means that I won't be able to see everything here all at once, so zooming in and out is also important to be able to do here. Zooming out, actually, but zooming in, maybe it's important if you want to be more precise with some of the strokes. Right, so that's going to be one thing that I plan to do, and the second thing is going to be this gizmo, or let's see, this box around the object that you can see here. I refer to it as gizmo or maybe transform box, and it should have some kind of controls so that I'm able to modify the width and height maybe of the object without using this properties panel, which works, but normally these types of applications have a more clever transform tools here that can do this without us moving the mouse from nearby the shape here. So those are the main goals today, and I have just few things because it's they are tricky. They are more involved with the mathematics, and I don't know if I can do more than this. I'm also going to apply the contributions in the very beginning, and then maybe I do some refactoring or maybe some smaller feature later on. Let's see, I have a bunch of them here. But these for today, and next time I think I might focus on refactoring the code, because it's starting to pile up a lot of features and I kind of get the idea of where this is going. So maybe next time it's going to be just kind of standing still, refactoring and making it look better, behave better, bug fixing, and so on. Hello, Vicky and Amer. So yeah, I think that we are going to start. And these contributions now, so let's see. The first one is a pull request from Besterenon. And what he is doing is he is modifying the properties panel code. So if you remember last time or 2 times ago, I mentioned here in the properties panel that there is this thing where I'm just pasting HTML code inside of some div apparently, and then this is going to generate all of these elements here, and that I would have wanted it to be working with the DOM more, so that I'm adding these elements and maybe a combination of the label plus the input field. And I think that's what he did. I actually haven't checked the contribution until now. I read just a little bit this, looking that it's about the properties panel and okay, documenting things. Yeah, Okay, so there is also some documentation added. I think that I will eventually maybe add some kind of documentation to the project, but let's see. I don't want to bloat it at this stage, even though sure it can help. Okay, and then the files that have been changed are okay. So inside of the properties panel, this one is expected. So everything inside of this inner HTML is removed. That's the red here. That's what it means. And instead of that, append child and then create DOM element. Okay, BR. Append child input with label X and here some parameters. Okay, for what kind of input it should be. It should be of type number and what to do on change. Okay, well, this is better, I think. And then this is happening now for all of those. So yeah, these must be defined somewhere. So create DOM element and create input with label. These are somewhere. I don't know where they are. Let's scroll down and see. Okay, and now this is the one for the caller. So this this is create DOM element here. So it's an input. It's like this one up here. Yeah, so two functions are somewhere added, and I'm assuming that these here are just the properties panel. Yeah. And okay, in utils. And this is what I think the documentation he is talking about. Yeah, it's describing what all of the different things are. Maybe we keep it just for clarity so that we know what type could be and so on. Okay, I think it's nice. So these are the two functions inside of utils.js. Create DOM element and create input with label. Yeah, I think we can accept this. So these are the only changes. And I'm going to go, let's see, where was I here? And let's merge this. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh. This one. Right. So with this here, I think that now the code should be updated. Let's see. Yeah, so this code is now working with the DOM instead of having that hard-coded HTML there. So much better. If that HTML would have had here some, I don't know, typo like this, we don't really notice it. Nothing is warning us about it, and it would be horrible to debug such a thing. So now there are multiple function calls here and different children added to the div like that. I kind of like this. I think this is a good structure. Let's see if we'll need to change it in the future. But yeah, okay. So this is great. And I think it's going to work. I'm not going to test it just yet because I want to look at the other pull request as well. So now we have another pull request from Yusuf, and This is where we have to check to see if there are any conflicts. And luckily there were not, so whatever he is doing, it's not conflicting with what Pesterenan has done, because that could have been an issue. When people take the code base, maybe even at different times, and then they do different kind of updates, maybe they do on the same thing. And then it becomes the problem of which one you keep or how do you adapt it for it to work in both cases. Hello, Vlad and Felix and Rajesh. So yeah, I'm adding here, incorporating these updates, these contributions, and this one seems to be related to some bugs. So Yusuf has commented about these bugs in Discord, and he added a function for duplicating objects. So at the moment in the app, we are able to copy objects, Control C and then Control V. I can duplicate as many things as I want, but it's 2 buttons. So Control C and then Control V goes like that. I wonder if this Control C works with multiple. Oh, wow. How did I do it? I don't even remember how I implemented it, but seems like it even works with many selections. Okay, so the idea is Yusuf would like to have a single shortcut, Control D, that duplicates. So yeah, that's a good idea. I don't like very much the Control C, the copy pasting at the moment, because if I copy this and paste it, you don't see it really there unless you start moving it around. You realize that it perfectly overlaps the other one. So what applications typically do, like PowerPoint here, is that they move the object that you have copied a little bit. So it moves a little bit. It also selects it apparently by default. Maybe it's a nice thing to have. Selects the new one, the copy. Moving it a little bit makes it clear that the new object has appeared. Selecting it, if it just appears over it, it might just seem like nothing has changed really. So that's the reason why it moves like this. Sometimes it's great, sometimes I don't like it, because if this happens, like if I want to make something like maybe rectangles inside each other, align them in this way, then I would somehow prefer it to stay itself at its position, so that I don't have to always realign it like this. So if I would like to draw this kind of thing, like a pyramid view from the top, for example, then this is becoming more complicated because this moves a little. It's not at the same location anymore. But anyway, the snapping helps. This snapping here is something that helps with that problem. And of course, there are the alignment tools. So yeah, if you know how to use the alignment tools in different programs, like align center and then align middle, then you don't care so much if that is happening there. But yeah, I'm not gonna bother with moving it a little bit, at least not now. Maybe next time when we do the polishing to make it look more better. But let's go back to Yusuf's observations here. There's a bug, text shape. Yeah, the text shape and the text tool, they are there just to... So at the moment we can write text here by, I think, selecting it and then changing the value here. Hello. And we can also change the properties, so give it a fill, for example, and a different color and so on. This is very glitchy and very like a beginning, a prototype. The text tool and the text editing tool, I would really like it to be here on screen and not in some panel on the left side as it is now. And it's definitely something that is not done. But unlike this shape and the rectangle shape and the oval shape, and I guess these are all the shapes that we have now, these all work similarly when we create them, when we move them around. Like if I'm going to create a new rectangle, I can start like this. I can hold shift and it's going to keep the aspect ratio 1, this square aspect ratio there. The same thing goes with the oval. There are these common behaviors with these shapes, but this text is definitely something else and will call for different things, different kind of tools to work with. Of course, font selection and whatever, many different things there. And at the moment, the only thing different is this, but it's going to be enough for a while because it's going to help me structure the application, keeping in mind that it is a different thing that we work with. And of course, the other thing that is different is also the image. I have some images that I drew here with the tool last time. I can load them as transparent PNGs and they can be resized like so and moved around, but creating them is now done with this load button. So again, a different kind of tool for a different kind of object. It's not really a shape, it's something else. So the shapes at the moment are rectangle, oval, and the path. Then the text is a text, and the image, it's not even here because creating an image, at the moment at least, it's not possible. But maybe in the future when we combine raster with vector, we could create an image from multiple selected objects. Like maybe these can become an image at some point. So there might be a tool coming there. Let's see. Anyway, yeah, where were we? So here in the bugs, yeah, not finished. Okay, empty text. Yeah. Ah, okay. So if I make an empty field, then the text is still there somewhere, but impossible to move, I think. And it doesn't even work anymore. Like if I want to add a new text, it's broken. Yeah, and I think the reason is, okay. In the properties panel, change text. So, okay, it's finding the shapes that are selected and that have text. Okay. But this text is now empty, so it doesn't find it. And I think the solution is to check for undefined. Okay, I think it's acceptable. And another bug, if you delete the shape and click undo, you don't get the shape back. Oh, really? So update history after deleting a shape. Yeah, probably we forgot about that. So deleting these and undo. Okay. I got something back, but not everything. Oh. Hmm. Ah, yes, okay. It does come back, but it came in the wrong position. So after we delete, probably we don't. It's not here. Shortcuts, delete selected shape. So where is this? It's not here. Maybe utils? No. Okay, I don't remember where it is, so I'm going to search for it here in the developer tools. Ah, it was in shape. Okay, yeah. I remember I moved the functions inside of shape because I wanted to group them there for now. So here, yeah, there's no history updating after this. Right. Okay. And finally, if a shape tool is selected, then you click on the canvas without dragging or moving. Invisible dot. Okay, if a shape tool is selected, click. Ah, okay. Yeah. Let's see. So I think idea is that there is this bug that if I'm going to click, select maybe a rectangle, I can create it like this. But if I just click, it probably created the shape here and here and here. So let's try. Yeah, there are these invisible shapes there. And undo, 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 undo. Only then this one goes there. And yeah, okay. So idea is, can we check here get points if it's greater than 1 before putting a shape on the canvas? Maybe. I think that this get points is something that doesn't work now as expected. It will always have 4 points, maybe. I'm not sure, even if the point is the same. So maybe we could check the width and the height properties, or let's see about that. Okay. Julian, hi. I don't know what is Fabric.js. Let's see. Probably. Okay. It will be something like this. I haven't seen this before. Oh wow, it's even moving. It's animating. It won't have these kind of features, so I don't plan to do that. But what I wanted to do is have more tools for image processing, and basically I want a tool that helps me make YouTube thumbnails like what I have on the channel. And I don't want to use multiple tools for it, and I want to take the features that I use from Photoshop, PowerPoint, Illustrator, things that I typically use when I make the thumbnails. I don't use just one tool for it. I use multiple because they have different things, different nice things, and there's no tool that has absolutely everything that I want. So I want to keep the number of features relatively low to the most important ones that I use, and I think that other people might use as well. But maybe, I don't know, eventually it could grow to have more functionality. Okay. Hi. everyone. Yeah, okay, Control Shift F. That's a good point. Yeah, this is useful to know. Thanks, Rahul. Implementing this with React, at the moment, I don't think that it would. I mean, React wouldn't benefit that much. Maybe just here when we have the, if we make components for these. React would benefit only with these things, I think, on the left, because the canvas and the functionality that we do on the canvas, it's related to the Canvas API. So much of the code that we write here goes to working with the Canvas API. And I don't think React would make much of a difference, only here at this stage. Okay, so yeah, no problem. Right, so let's see. I think we can have a look at what Yusuf has done also here. So let's check the files that have changed. Yeah, okay, so here filtering the text that is, checking if the text is not undefined. So empty text is also accepted in that case. Yeah, this is a valid thing. Script.js added the function to duplicate. Okay, I expect this to be also in the shortcuts file. Undo. Ah, okay, this is nice. So if we just press undo and nothing has been done, it would push undefined to the redo stack. So this is a bug fix that wasn't even mentioned there on Discord, I think. And then delete selected shapes. It should update the history. Yeah. It should update the history if it goes inside of this while loop, basically. There's also a typo here, should update history. I think this is fine. Let's keep it. I mean, yeah. I think this is just removing something that I was debugging there and I forgot to remove. Very good. And then the shortcuts file, Control D for duplicate. Yeah. And tool events. Oh, wow. Do I have here such a thing? Why is update history being called in the properties panel when updating the display? Ah, I think it's probably because if I move this one, like if I change this one, maybe moving this to lower like this, then maybe I want redo to move it back, undo to move it back up. So I think that this is somehow needed. I'm not sure why this is removed here. Yeah, but anyway, let's accept it. I think that we go with that. So okay. Yeah, and let me do quote. Why are these things here? Ah, okay. I probably made some changes to these drawings, but they don't matter. So yeah. Okay. And let's do a pool. So now I'm getting the code after the merge. You can see here the properties panel is updated with Pesterenon's version of the code. And I should also have Yusuf. So yeah, like the duplicate is here. So let's try this version of the app quickly. I'm not going to, okay, a little bit different styling here, I think because of those BRs that have been added. So here in the properties panel, I think that probably there is some BR being added automatically, maybe appending the child this input with the label. I'm not exactly sure, but let's try to remove this one from here, this one from here, and this one from here. I think these are this, and the next one. I'm going to style these differently at some point, but okay. Yeah, so what happens now if I duplicate? Control D. Yeah, so duplicate works. And the properties, they seem like they still work. Okay, deleting and undoing, redoing. Everything seems to work just as expected. So there might be still some bugs there. I think like creating that, has this been solved? Like creating a shape now just by clicking? It's still there, so this hasn't been solved. Let's see if I can solve it quickly, but I don't want to spend too much time on this because I want to work on the new features today. So panning and zooming and this Gizmo Resize, rotate, maybe rotate. Let's see if I can do it. I don't want to spend too much time on this because I'm gonna get tired and then I can't do the complicated stuff. So creating the rectangle or any other shape really. In the shapes, I think it's in this tool events actually. Or maybe not. I already forgot where the things are. Let's look a little bit at the rectangle, for example. So pointer down listener. Okay. Probably this second corner up callback. So maybe it's in shape since it relates to everything. Yeah, so maybe here if, yeah, if the size is bigger than nothing. Let's see if this works. So rectangle, rectangle, and now clicking, clicking, and selecting everything. Yeah, this worked. Okay, so some solution for that, and I think that I'm done with getting these code updates from the pull requests. Yeah, Rahul, it's a good idea. So a checkbox that keeps the width and height. Proportional. Yeah, it's useful. I don't know if I've written it somewhere. Maybe this proportional resizing. I think Kamran has mentioned it already at some point. So let's add you also there, because if more people suggest it, it means that it's something that should be there. Yeah. Hi, Michael. And should we update history only if shape is pushed? What does pushed mean? Ah, yeah, good point. I forgot that. Okay. So let's do a quick commit here and say preventing empty shapes. I think this is just fine. And let's see the code and make sure that there are no surprises here. So in the shape, yeah, it's there. Okay. And just as a reminder, I'm trying to commit more often so that you can follow along if you want, or take the code at different times during the stream. And you can always look here, these 29 different commits. You could take a look at the code at any point here, download it, check it out, and see how it looks like. So now the code is the one from here. If you want to see how I start implementing this, what do I implement? Panning and zooming. Okay. So yeah, this is not going to be easy. And it's going to be a little bit similar to what I did in that self-driving car course in the virtual world lessons. Maybe I'm going to open that repository just that as a reference here in case I need some help eventually. But it's going to be quite similar, this dynamic viewport lesson. So let's have this viewport open here, and probably graph editor is the thing that uses it, or maybe not. Aha. Okay, so a viewport on the canvas. And we have a little bit different situation because, of course, this is a drawing application. It's not a graph editor. And we also have two canvases. We have that hidden canvas there. And they should really be in sync, I think. So I'm going to put this debugging to true. And now you can see the other canvas that we use for heat testing there. And that will also need to be, like, if we decide to pan or move or scale this thing on the left, the other one should reflect what is happening here. So actually the viewport needs to know both of those things. Maybe it should also be responsible for creating that canvas in the first place, or let's see eventually in the refactoring how that will go. Yeah, how to rotate shapes. I hope I get to that today. It's also going to be quite involved with the mathematics, but step by step. So yeah, Oh boy. Let's try to start with the zooming. So let's implement zooming for this. And I think that we can look in these tool events or where do we add the event listeners here? Okay, there is some event listener for pointer down by default and for key down with for the shortcut system. Okay. Let's add at the moment here some code. So for the zooming, and eventually it's going to go probably to separate file, or let's see how we do this. Refactoring a little bit today if there is time, and a lot next time. So I want to zoom in using the mouse wheel and maybe add event listener wheel. And it wants to create an arrow function for me. Okay. And if control key is there. Is this typical here? Like, can I zoom in PowerPoint? Okay, yeah, I can zoom only when control key is pressed. How about Photoshop? Maybe I opened that one too for reference. Okay. So okay. Control doesn't do it here. Control actually switches from vertical scroll to horizontal scroll. Interesting. And Shift does something crazy. I think it just increases the amount of scroll. And Alt is the thing that is now doing the zooming here. I want to start off with the basic things, so maybe I don't take this contribution as such, but I just take the delta y if it's greater than 0. Okay, why is it doing that? I don't understand. Let's just start by debugging. So I know that delta y is important because it has this value 100 in this case, minus 100 when I'm scrolling up, plus 100 when I'm scrolling down. So let's say that yeah, the value 100 I think depends on many things, maybe even the zoom level of the page, or yeah, like if the zoom level of the page is different, it's something else. So I'm only interested if it's up or down my scroll. So if I scroll up, I want to zoom in, and if I scroll down, I want to zoom out. So kind of the opposite of this delta y. So the direction, if I want to zoom in the positive direction, is gonna be the sign of delta y, but maybe with a minus there. So let's now try logging that. And scrolling up gives me this 1, and scrolling down gives me -1. So now I have the direction in which I want to zoom. And then scale factor. I wonder why it wants to do it this way. Let's see. Ah, okay. Okay. I don't think I want to modify those. The stage properties don't change. Yeah, I don't like this idea. I don't want to change the stage properties. So if you create the stage with these sizes that we have defined the project to be, um, it shouldn't modify those just because we are zooming. It should just zoom, basically. Of course, the position, the apparent position of the stage is going to change. Like the left value of the stage is going to be different if we pan it or zoom it. But the true properties there don't change, and we can do modifications to the canvas transformation. So translating that or scaling that. Let's see. And let's see. Now this thing here says that I don't want to change the zoom by 1 because that might be too much. For some reason, this GitHub Copilot wants me to use smaller values there, and probably it's a good idea, but I wouldn't hard code it. I would maybe set it as a parameter somewhere. So now the zoom can change like that. And when we draw everything, so let's try to apply that zoom first. So save. Scale. And then probably the inverse of the zoom. Or actually, we did the inverse there before. So let's see. And then restore. So I want to modify the context according to the zoom and then do the drawing and then restore. And this should already do something. I don't know if it's doing the correct thing, but oh, and I also need to draw the shapes after we do the modification here. So, okay. Something happened. Yeah, so scrolling down does nothing apparently, but that's, I think, because zoom starts getting negative values, so it's something we don't want. Let's see. Yeah, 0 and negative values. But then 2, it actually does zoom in a lot, like really much. And probably now it's 3, 4, 5, and so on. So it's zooming in, keeping this 0 point here in the top corner. That's something that we might want to change eventually when we implement the pan as well. But yeah, so negative values are not meaningful here really. It would flip the whole stage. But what are meaningful are those fractions here. So if we keep a fraction there, then zooming out is actually going to look like this. So if I zoom out, you can see the stage is becoming smaller and smaller here. Clearing of the canvas is something that still doesn't work. So this part here is from the previous drawing. So clearing the canvas, this part here should actually be done before we do. Oh, wait. No, not there. In draw shapes, clear canvas should be done before we do the scaling, I think. Okay, it doesn't work. Ah, okay. Damn it. This is annoying. The clear canvas function actually draws those stages there. Draws that empty stage with the rectangle, with the white rectangle on top of the gray area. Because somehow I assume that empty means you still see the stage there. But now, if I do this before, there is a problem. So, yeah. Let's take it out. So, draw stage. And this is now clear canvas will just mean this, and draw stage means everything else here. And now the question is, how many times is this clear canvas called? So okay, once in the beginning and once in shape and draw shapes. So maybe clear canvas, the one in the beginning, we also need to draw the stage at the very beginning. And then in the draw shapes, we do the clear canvas in the beginning, but then draw the stage after we do the scaling. So that means that now it kind of works. So kind of. I think that clearing canvas should actually mean not clear rect, but filling the rect with gray. So let me take out this and putting it here. And only the stage is the thing that is being drawn with white here. Let's see now. Yeah, so something is there. And now this contributions here, what is that also here? Yeah, all right. Okay. The contributors. Let's add Pesterenan there as well. So I don't want those to change size there really, and I also don't want to bother too much with them really, because I'm going to put them here in this clear canvas for now. eventually this is gonna go completely elsewhere. I won't have space for everybody here. Okay, so now they are static there. And the zooming is working now. Okay, good. This is something. But I think if I draw something, it doesn't work because now the coordinates of where my mouse is don't take in consideration the fact that we have zoomed everything there. But I can zoom like that and also zoom in. And yeah, and offsets start coming there. That's a problem. So I have to somehow fix the coordinates of the mouse according to whatever this zoom value is. And eventually I will implement a viewport class. So probably right now in a similar way as what we have in the self-driving car phase 2. Maybe I do it already now so that the code here doesn't get so messed up. So let's do that. I'm going to create now this new file. Viewport.js, and let's create the new file here. And let's see if Copilot can help me with almost nothing. Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Okay, I think I want to pass to the viewport the canvas in the same way that we did in that self-driving car course. So, and this CTX, it's probably gonna be needed, but at the moment, all I'm worried about is this zoom value. So this is something that needs to be here. And the code that we have written at the moment, so the zoom goes away from there. This event listener is what will happen here. So on the canvas. Now in that other course, there is a private method for this, add event listeners and keeping the constructor clean. So like that. But here, delta, again, this is not my code, so I just paste the previous one. And this canvas is like that, and this zoom changes according to that. Let's also cap it. So I don't want it to become 0 or less than 0.1 in this case. So max between 0.1 and this zoom is going to keep it to 0.1. And I don't know if I want capping the positive value. Let's just go like that. And I'm just going to define here step equal to 0.1 so that I don't have duplicate values there. This one maybe can even become an attribute of the class. I don't think this needs to be changed really, but keeping it here at the top maybe refactoring it, renaming it to zoom step is better for clarity point of view. And then this add event listeners, and I think this should work if we use the viewport, that is. So back in script.js, viewport, new viewport on my canvas. And now if we go back here, we have some errors. Viewport is not defined. It's loaded. Probably it should load first or earlier at least. Yeah. Okay. Zoom is not defined in viewport, so logging here this zoom. More errors. Ah, okay. In shape.js, we are now using these viewport properties here. So viewport zoom, viewport zoom, probably. Yeah, okay, so now everything still works as before. But the second canvas is not in sync anymore. So that's something we will have to keep in mind also. So let's pass here also this hit test canvas. Also, the stage properties should be passed to this viewport. I think these are good ideas, but I don't do it yet. I just want to introduce the things step by step somehow. So if we keep both viewports of both canvases here, like so, then when drawing the shapes, wait, this is, yeah, we don't need to add listeners to it. Actually here, it's not useful at the moment. Okay, so clearing the canvas, drawing the stage, drawing the shapes, but now clearing the hit test canvas. That one doesn't have any fancy gray background, it just clears everything, so this is okay, I think. Maybe. And then it also needs to be scaled like that, so yeah, okay. And then drawing scaling, and then drawing the stage and drawing. Oh, what is happening? That's unexpected. Why are they not in sync? Ah, okay. Probably it's because this. Yeah, okay. Why is this red? Why is this red? This code will go inside the viewport eventually, so it's gonna get cleaned up. But why is that red thing happening there? Um, I mean, what are these values? Shouldn't they be? Okay. Oh, is the background of this red? No. This is strange. Ah, okay. But I don't want this anymore. It was some weird debugging we needed one at some point. So I think now this is just fine. Okay, so it works, but the offset here isn't considered at all. So basically, when getting um, were these listeners added, I think, to the yeah, okay, they were added to the shapes themselves. So mouse position, they are being they are obtained from this E offset X and offset Y. So let's look at the rectangle first and try to get that one to work. So when we get the mouse position, we actually want to know also what is that zoom level and fix these values. So, ah, let's call this mouse position, and then start position is we want to scale those values. So mouse position scale by viewport zoom. I think by the inverse of the viewport zoom. And I think that our vector class doesn't have any scaling functionality yet. So scaling by a scalar, and we are going to create a new vector where each of these components are multiplied by that scalar. And maybe we will need at some point the static version of the method as well. So does this work? No, it gives errors. Viewport is not defined. Okay. So I thought I defined the viewport as global value. Ah, I have a typo. So in the rectangle here, viewport. And now okay, the first click, what we fixed is fine, but then the second one, I mean, the second corner is the problem. If I'm gonna click here, it does start the rectangle there, but other corner is problematic. So basically, this second corner move callback, this is also a problem here. So mouse position, yeah. So these really should link to the viewport. Let's see, scaled mouse position. Now these, I extracted them to the shape here because these callbacks are common for pretty much all the shapes. Well, rectangle and oval at least, maybe image also. So, okay, and then scaled mouse position everywhere. And for the second click, this doesn't need it apparently. So, does this work? Okay, so it fixed it. We can now draw pretty much everywhere. Dragging the shapes around doesn't work. So dragging the shapes around is problematic. It's taking the difference that the mouse has moved in the original space. So now it needs to somehow be considered as well. And of course, all the other shapes. So the oval, for example, it doesn't work because, yeah, here it kind of looks like what we had previously, but it's actually the opposite. So when I click here, the reason why this oval is respecting the mouse with the bottom right corner is actually because of these common callbacks that we did here. So it's putting here the second corner. Previously, it was putting here the first corner, and the second one was not adjusted. But now we kind of fixed a little bit this because part of the feature is here. But in the oval JS here, when we create it, it still needs to have that code that the rectangle has there. So the mouse position and then the start position comes based on that. So here, basically like so. And let's see if anything else is like that. Mouse position. Okay, my image.js, add pointer down listener. this I don't think this is used at the moment. Because the image is created by just loading the image, I think. Let's remove it and see if there is any surprise happening here. And then the shape, the text. Yeah, this gets the position from here. So mouse position and then scaled position like that. And we're going to use the scaled position here. So rectangle, oval, and let's zoom out. Oval works and rectangle works. And now text. Okay, so text is there. And if I select it, I can type here something else. Okay, moving them is still not fixed. It's not moving them with the correct delta. But that's something we will probably fix once for everything. Let's try loading an image and see what happens. So I'm gonna load this thing. Okay, it moves it in the proper place. And again, dragging it there. But so basically the image doesn't need this pointer down listener because we don't create the image in the same way. We just load it here at the moment. Okay. Yeah, how about the path? We didn't test the path. So path. Oh, yeah, path doesn't work. So the path is here. I think we just need this same code everywhere. So then using start position instead of mouse position here, here, here. And oh. Move callback. Okay, this path tool, actually, okay, this path tool is different from the oval and the rectangle, but yeah, okay. Because we are adding points in the path as we are moving, so it's not using the same move and up callback. When refactoring, this is important to note that oval and rect are actually the most common ones. And if we do have more shapes like this, any kind of shape really, like star or hexagon or whatever, they will be most similar to that. The path is its own thing. Okay. So let's do this here also. Okay. Yeah, and now let's look at this selection and moving the things by the selection. So I think it was in this tool events and start position. Okay. The reason it kind of works is that the start position we are getting here is actually not the mouse position anymore. Because it is, but it's in the non-transformed space. We are getting a delta here. If we would just fix this delta by scaling it, it will, I think it will be enough. So you could scale everything here, get the true position there, but I think that it might be more processor intensive for no reason. Let's see. So vector scale. So here we are using the static method and 1 divided by the viewport zoom. Okay. And now, okay, this actually works as expected now, so no more problems. But I can't pan this everything here. Okay, Michael suggests bounding box class. Yeah, I will today at least implement this gizmo whatever, and I will have this gizmo class somewhere. And it will be essentially initialized to the bounding box of the shape. Yeah, I think that having a bounding box class is a good idea. Let's put it here on the to-do list. Maybe even for today. Yeah, I would really like to see this hitbox here consider these inside parts also. Now I'm selecting objects like this, really. Oh, selecting objects is broken. Selecting objects, clicking is fine. It's based on those pixels. But with the rectangle, it's broken. Okay. I think it was here in the select and these will probably need to have a similar kind of thing. So um, let's do that and that. And then move callback. And let's call directly here scale, because I think it's quite clear. So we do it in one line. Oh, wait. Damn, this is not going to work. This is going to move, I think. Yeah, you see on the right here, it's actually scaling the location of this rectangle, and that's something that works just fine at the moment. So we don't need to do this here. no harm using the vector object though. So this was fine, really. You can see. Oh, wait, something is wrong. How did I break this? Uh-huh. Okay, so this is fine, but when doing the selection here and the up callback, this is the problem, really. It's the points. Min x, min y. These need to consider the rectangle coordinates also. I think that. This is complicated. Okay, so this is using the bounding box of each shape here. So if we do implement that bounding box code, it's going to simplify this part also. Yeah, okay, let's add this here. So that these are not selected anymore. Yeah, that helps. Without that, then I was always getting, oops, I was always getting these selections happening there. So let's add that. Yeah. Let's put also V key there. It's capital. Points, the points don't change. I mean, the points of the shape don't change the coordinates, but what do change, I think, is this rectangle min and max, because these are added to the canvas. Yeah, it doesn't consider the scaling there. So basically, for this to work, before we do this operation, that. Yeah. Okay. I think that now this works as expected with pretty much everything. The only thing I need is panning, and we are done with this feature. So for panning, all of these will become much more complicated. All of these places where we modify. So the viewport is gonna have to take some responsibility for transforming those values. Otherwise, the code here is complex. It's the viewport shouldn't need to. You shouldn't need to know the inner workings of how the math works at this stage, but they should be transformed according to the viewport. And now I'm thinking if the viewport should be the thing that hosts these functions. Maybe. Let's do the panning also first. So for the panning, I want to have a kind of like this 0, 0 coordinate here in the top left corner. Let's say, can I? So if this is the top left corner of the screen, this 0, 0, I want to have it offset by something. So depending on how much we pan using the mouse, it's going to move somewhere. I'm going to translate the whole canvas by some offset amount. So a vector here. And I think that's pretty much it. So every time we display, we first translate by the offset. And that should be after the scaling, I think. Okay, let's see what happens. So this viewport needs to host also that offset. So offset, and I'm just going to vector 0. Okay. We don't have this static method implemented, but it's not a bad idea. So this is the default offset when the viewport is created. And now okay. it's trying to add listeners for doing the drag. When do I want the drag to happen? So in PowerPoint, it doesn't even drag. At least I don't know how to drag it. It drags with these scroll bars, but I don't want that. How about in Photoshop? So space. Okay. Space seems to do it here. Mm-hmm. How about pointer down, but or how about shift? Let's try this implementation. I think that if I start with the shift key pressed, then I'm going to start adding a few more. I don't think I need these. I'm just going to add more event listeners, but the drag start does come at this. I think this is fine. I don't think I need attributes of the class, but now, okay, move callback, something that we add also to the canvas. So pointer move and pointer up. So these are added now here. Drag end, we get the difference. Now this offset becomes adding the offset, the existing offset. No, this is not going to work. This is not going to work because it adds it on every mouse move. Oh, but it updates on every. Let's just see what happens if we do this. Okay. But of course, this viewport information, like the offset, has to be also applied everywhere. So draw shapes needs to use it somehow. So let's say maybe like that, and the hit test, I think the same. Now let's see what happens. So refresh, errors. Okay, some errors from this auto-generating code. Okay. Now we fixed it, and shift, wait. So shift and, okay. set is not a function, right? Let's see what happens if we just say is equal to that. Oh, okay, it's in reverse. It's doing something. I don't know if so on each frame it's doing that. Okay. Mhm. It's taking very small differences along the way. So from drag start to drag end, a small change. It's adding it to the offset. Then why is this here? Um, shouldn't this be flipped? Oh, mhm. I think this selection, this box for selection is somehow problematic. When I'm making it small, it doesn't drag everything around. But when I'm making it big, yeah, so now the mouse is moving over it, and I think that the event listener is not triggering. So actually, those, it was in the tool events, I think. Yeah, this rectangle, maybe it should be have no pointer events there. This is okay, but actually it even shouldn't exist. I mean, that selection rectangle shouldn't exist when we do this. And let's see what happens with zooming. So when zooming, we are not factoring in the zoom level here. So let's see, can we add it here to the viewport? So vector add offset subtract, this gives us the difference. So and that, and now we use the scaled difference here. I think this is probably more clear, and hopefully okay. And now zoom out. Yeah, okay, this feels fine. And zoom in. Yeah, this feels fine. So one problem we still have is that the zooming is now relative to the zooming is relative to the 0, 0 corner there. And okay, bugs here when we use this tool. So probably the reason why space is used in Photoshop is so that it tells the other tools to disable or something like that. Anyway, select, and now dragging things around seems to work. Selecting and moving things seems to work. Selecting with this doesn't work. So yeah, and then creating a rectangle doesn't work. It works, but not where we expect it to be. So yeah, so this offset has to be incorporated for all those other things as well, and including the select also. So select doesn't work here. I'm trying to select this one and it selects this one here. So this offset is something that is important to move to the right place also. I mean, apply everywhere really. Yeah. Okay, let's do it and then refactor this. I will do first fix the bugs and then I will do a commit and then I will refactor this somehow to make things better, because really this is horrible. I mean, if you look at code like this, rect and then mouse position and then doing some operations here with the viewport, and now we have to do more operations, because if I refresh this and let's change to rectangle, span a little bit. And now creating a rectangle is created in the wrong place there. So I need to add more complicated logic here. So this is not really the start position anymore. It should also add, I think, let's see, add the viewport offset. And let's see what happens now. So just moving down and rectangle here. Okay, maybe it's subtracting that. So again, moving down and yeah, so one corner is at the right place. Basically, this subtracting of the offset is something that we need to do also here. So here, I think. And I think this is fine. Let's see. First moving somewhere down. Oh. Okay, rectangle. Okay, so rectangles are created in the right place. They are moved. The select doesn't work, but the rectangles are fixed. So basically that other calculation now is repeated, and this is something that I just hate. So it's a problem. Yeah, but now let's just get it to work and then fix. So here with the oval also subtracting this and the path here and also here. Every time we rescale, we have to also consider this offset there. Okay. And the text, I think, yeah, also has a scaling there. And the image, does the image have something like that? Maybe not. Maybe not. So let's try selecting and then moving somewhere down like this. And rectangle, oval, path. Let's try zooming out also. Rectangle, oval, path. Let's try the text. Selecting it. High. Moving it somewhere. Seems to work. Yeah. Oh, okay. If I select something and move it at the same time as dragging, it makes again this problem. So yeah, okay, these are real issues here. Okay, let's check a little bit the chat. Yeah, well, dragging doesn't start always at 0, that's right. but I don't care where it starts. I mean, all what I want to calculate here, this offset, is a difference. So maybe I can go back here and remove the debugging for a bit so I can draw something. So basically, if this is our canvas here, doesn't matter where it is. What I want to get here is the start position where I click on something. So this is going to be a vector. We can call this A. But basically this vector is starting at some 0, 0 coordinate. So it's the vector from the 0, 0 to the A. And then when we move somewhere, as we are moving it, we are now at this new location. Let's call this location B. So what we do now is we calculate this new vector here. And this new vector, of course, I'm drawing it here as the difference vector, but typically vectors start at the 0, 0 coordinate when you define them, because here you just apply this vector to some location. So here it's being applied to whatever the offset of the stage is, essentially this one here. So we don't need to worry about that. The offset is set to 0 in the very beginning, because when you restart the page, this is the 0, 0 point in the top left corner. So any movement from that, now it's being added to the offset, and the differences that we are adding every time are accumulated to that offset there. So that offset is no longer 0, 0 right now, but those differences are being calculated here between the drag start and the drag end. So that's the small arrow that I drew previously. And we also scale it because we want the zoom to be taken into consideration. And then that is being added to the previous offset again and again and again. And this is actually happening in the move callback. Now, I don't remember how we did it in the self-driving car course. We might have made it in a more complicated way. I think that we had here some state for is it an active drag or not. And we might have done it so that we calculated the offset during dragging and then add that at the end of dragging. I don't know why I did it like that, because this seems to work. But I think I remember trying to do these updates, like these small updates, and for some reason in that code base, there would be some kind of small errors that would happen with calculating the difference, at least for some zoom levels, some extreme zoom levels. And then those errors, when you do many moves, like when you drag something around, then this move callback is calculated many times, somehow the offset didn't become exactly as I expected. It would drift. So somehow like how Dead Reckoning works. And that's why that code base might be a little bit more complicated. But like now I'm moving this, and you can see the mouse is still in that corner of that white location. And if I zoom and I start it here again and I move, oh, whoops, I forgot to press shift. And I move, you can see the mouse is still in that corner at all times. So let's try zooming in. It's in the corner. You can see a very narrow white strip horizontal there. I didn't click exactly there, but you can see it's preserved at all times. So this implementation seems to be quite stable, and I think this is just fine. Oh, now I remember something. In that virtual world course, we're using the middle button to drag. I think this is done in some applications. Let's see, maybe Illustrator. We also have to consider touch at some point, like multiple touches maybe. Yeah, actually here it works like that. You just press the middle button and it drags. So let's try that. I forgot about this. So instead of shift key, button 1. Okay, did we do it? Yeah, okay. But those other tools shouldn't start on button 1. Like now I'm dragging something and it's doing something. It shouldn't initiate on the other tools. So for those, pointer down listener, if this is not 0, then let's try returning here. And this common behavior to all of those. So the oval and the path and the text. Yeah, also the text. I don't want text to appear. So let's see. Refresh. Yeah, moving it with the middle mouse button, that's fine, but yeah, okay, this is good. So oval, rectangle, path, text, and image. Let's check also the images. We haven't looked at these for a while. Maybe the zooming is a little bit too strong. So the zoom step in the viewport. Let's try like that. Okay, and the center of the zooming, I don't want it to be this 0, 0 point. It's very funny when it's there. I would expect it to be in the center or maybe even centered around the mouse location. So that's something that we should still fix now. And then I make the push. And then I do the refactoring of what we did now because it needs it. So let's try first to change that 0, 0 to the center point somehow. And then Wait, this selection still doesn't work. I forgot about that. So the selection, yeah. So we are dividing by the zoom, but we are not subtracting. I think it should be subtract if subtract worked for the other ones. Let's see. Now this code, somebody made it. I forgot who. I think it was Yusuf, and it's not using the vector object. It was earlier code, and I somehow forgot about. Let's see. So did this fix it? So some path here. Yeah, I think this fixed it. And now that center of the viewport. So have to think. Yeah, okay. Method to call offset and scale and use it everywhere. Yeah, I will do that. Just I have to, when I switch to refactoring that. I think this console log is not needed here anymore. So good idea. I will add you here as a contributor. Hope I wrote it correctly. Yeah. Okay, so how to do this? Now everything is relative to that 0, 0. Let's see. Translate before rotation. Ah, because you want to do, we are not rotating here, but we do it because we want to move first at the anchor point where you do the rotation. Like, I don't know if PowerPoint is the best way to explain this. Probably not. I think Adobe Animate might be the best way to explain this. Because it has that control for the anchor point that eventually we'll also have, but yeah. Anyway, so in Animate, I mean, you're asking JavaScript or Canvas related question, but basically this Animate has a way to visualize things that is just nice. So here I'm going to make a movie clip from this, and you can see this control point. So if you would not translate somewhere, you basically have your coordinate system centered at 0, 0, so somewhere there, up there. And if you would try to rotate your object, you would get this kind of result. So when you translate your coordinate system, usually to the center of the object that you want to rotate, but it doesn't necessarily need to be there. Typically, this is the technique that you translate first there, because then the rotation is going to happen relative to that new center point. And of course, sometimes you might want to do the rotation from a side of the object, or maybe even from outside of the object. Like if this would be maybe if this would be the sun, for example, and then this other object here is the Earth, I think grouping also might be just enough. So you might want to do a weird translate in the code. So translate to the sun's center of mass. And then when you rotate, it kind of goes around the sun like that. So the same thing in code, but this animate, Adobe Animate lets me change the control points visually like that. And I think that I think that it kind of explains what you don't understand there. Translate just after creating CTX. Well, this is always translating to different values, like the offset is changing as you're using the application. So I think no, if I understand correctly. But okay, so, yes, translate just after creating CTX. You mean for the problem I'm having now? Let's try. So going now back to script and CTX is here. Okay, it moved everything there, but it moved everything there, but actually this seems like it works. Now I'm zooming and it doesn't come back in the stage there. So maybe we want to do this, but now the properties of the stage, like, okay. They should be considered relative to 0, 0 now, so our stage will actually have negative coordinates there. This will also make our application incompatible with the objects that we have drawn previously, I think. Because the default coordinate system changed to 0 to be in the middle. Do I want to go this path? Or... because this seems like a very simple solution for making the center be in the middle. I think I'm fine with it, but yeah. Oh, okay. Continue the neural network car. Okay, have fun with that. It's probably one of the funnest things here on the channel. Yeah, canvas properties too. I'm now thinking backwards compatibility, like this, making such an update in an application that would already exist would be a mess. We would need to know which drawings were made before, which are made currently. So storing in the drawing themselves the version number of the application might solve the problem. But then depending on the version number, offsetting everything is something that if you don't restore, so In general, a good practice when you have something happening in a function, you might change different properties when drawing. Maybe you change colors or something, and restoring to what was previously might be a good idea if you don't want the next function to be influenced by what you did. So in general, one good practice could be to save the state before doing something and then return it in the same way. In the same way, like if you visit some gym or something, don't leave their dirty clothes or sweaty seats or whatever. Make sure you restore everything so that the next person is happy. In case of loops or animation loops, then when you save and restore, it means that any rotation or translation that you do doesn't cumulate on top the previous one. That's a common problem where the save and restore is needed. So yeah. Okay, let's fix this problem. And maybe try that backwards compatible solution as well. Let's see. So center of the canvas is now 0, 0, I think. Okay. Wait, what was the center of the canvas before? Inner width divided by 4 or 2? And stage properties should be with respect to that as well. So let's try it. So 0, 0. And notice that now this hit test regions, it doesn't matter because if it is going to work with 0, 0, it's going to be 0, 0 no matter what you divide by here. So I'm putting 0, 0, hoping that this is going to be the solution eventually. If not, I will just undo what I'm doing now. But I think this should work. And then stage properties. Why doesn't this work? Ah, wait. So what did we have previously? We had the width divided by 2 and height divided by 2. Now we're translating this by half. Here. Oh, wait. No. This code is wrong. So this is still 0, 0. But this, let's remove that one. And here, width divided by 2, height divided by 2. And same thing for the other one. Okay. Yeah. But the drawing of that canvas, so clearing the canvas now should be minus width divided by 2 and height divided by 2. The contributors like that. No. Yes. Okay. So this works. Did we break anything? The path. Where is my path? Oh boy. Oh no. Oh boy. Everything is messed up. Oh. Okay. So I don't think it's the end of the world. The zooming and the panning feels great, I think. They are just as I expected to be. But the objects, like now I'm creating a shape and you can see if I do it in the center of the screen and I go upwards, uh, it's really half the screen size away. So ooh, let's begin by fixing the rectangle again. So the mouse position, vector, offset, blah, blah, blah. I think the mouse position is not correct anymore. It's this vector subtracting the canvas properties center. And actually, canvas properties center should be a vector. So that we can use some of the things there. So now let's try this and rectangle and no. Add. Oh, it's not center. Damn it. Half the width and half the height. So should I do that? Give an offset here, and then when we do this, we can also take offset dot x. Okay, so we give it an offset as well. And when drawing the rectangle, I really think it's subtract here. So rectangle. Okay, so one click, one corner is correct, is where I'm clicking, but the other one needs to be fixed as well. So when we get this mouse position, crazy. Okay. So inside of shape here, I think this is going to fix it. So rectangle, okay, rectangle is as before. Selecting it seems to work like before. Rectangle select, I'm sure it's not going to work. Yeah, but eventually it will. So this worked here, but the oval and all the other shapes also need this update. So subtract this. Path needs it here. Yeah. This needs it there. So is this everything? Let's move somewhere here and draw ovals, paths, rectangles, zoom in a little bit, text. Where did it go? It's not done. So the text also needs to be done. Here. Yeah. Text, 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 and then image. Oh, the image. I think this time the image might be broken also. Oh, it's not. Magic. How is this image so stable somehow? Our previous implementation just worked well. Okay. Good. And finally, the selection tool. So why am I dragging it here? Let's have a look at what that hit test canvas is showing. Oh, oh, okay. Yeah, clearing the hit test canvas also needs to be using the this. Okay, and that rectangle, the final thing. Okay, so of course what I'm doing now is really messy, but redoing again and again and again, fixing these step by step and finding out all the places that I need to fix is a way to figure out what needs to be refactored. Like you somehow reinforce your beliefs or whatever. So I consider it a necessary step when prototyping because you don't know exactly what you want eventually to have. And yeah, I don't see any other way around it. Like if I would have implemented a bunch of these things, and kind of I have because that graph editor in the okay, so the graph editor in the virtual world is kind of similar to this in many aspects. But it was, I don't know, I think I recorded it at least a year ago, so I don't really remember anymore what that project is like. I haven't looked at it ever since. So yeah, maybe bad example, but in general, quick prototyping something, finding out then issues with the code somehow helps you refactor something. And I find it really unrealistic that you just sit and plan everything that you're going to do and then execute and no surprises happen. So somehow, um, even though this looks kind of sloppy and messy, it's how I do stuff. And eventually we have to clean up. So today we clean up, and next stream will be all about cleaning up. So then hopefully the code by the end of that becomes nice to expand upon. Okay. And yeah, so where were we with this rectangle? So here, I think before dividing by the zoom, subtracting that, we have to subtract, probably. Subtract the canvas properties offset x and then divide by the zoom minus that. I think so. This Copilot is pretty good at figuring out similarities in the code there. So does this work? It doesn't work here. Okay. Hmm. Let's try to do it in these two steps. I think somehow I'm forgetting the order of the operations here, and now I just want it to work, and then when refactoring I figure out those. No. Okay, so something is not right. Let's try like this. If it doesn't work by trial and error, I start to think. No. Now I'm thinking we changed. It's gonna... No, I just undo everything, and I guess I have to start to think. So it was like this. And now, like, if I'm going to do here, if I'm going to try to select these things, Why is nothing selecting? What are these values? $200. So in the center here, these should be, okay, so now they are 400. 1,000. Okay, so it could be this 400 and 1,000. And then the shapes, how do they look like? So let's move one of the rectangles here in the center point and look at them again. And I don't remember which one it is, but it's probably this one because it has no. Okay. It's probably this one. So the second rectangle. Let's move it a little bit and do this again. The second rectangle, yeah, it changed properties. So really, I'm expecting here coordinates like very close to 0, 0, where I'm doing the selection. So when I'm doing this, I'm getting values like 300 and 1,000 because these need to be subtracted. Like 300 something when I'm selecting here. $400 and 1,000 something. This is the canvas properties offset. Scaled. Oh. Oh. So what we're doing here, we are taking the mouse position, subtracting the canvas properties, and then scaling it. Okay. So scaling it by the inverse of the zoom and subtracting the offset. So yeah. Minus canvas properties offset x. Scaling by the zoom, by the inverse of the zoom, so we can subtract here and then minus the offset. I think this is correct. So let's try to autocomplete these and hopefully it's going to. Would be so, yeah. So rectangle and okay. Seems like it works. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So let's do a commit here and say pan and zoom. Oh. Let's see if it can figure out what we did. Style CSS. Okay. I think we did that, but I'm not going to mention it. So let's just put here. It was a small change for that selection thing. So let's just put added pan and zoom functionalities. And commit. Let's also synchronize this. And they now should be here. Okay. Oh, that debugging is still on. Now refactoring, and also I think that loading existing drawings like this house is gonna be problem. It's not. How does this work? Oh, I think it's working because it's relative to the. Well, this is a lucky break. I didn't have to worry about the compatibility at all. I think that they are stored relative to the properties of the canvas. So basically, yeah, um, somehow the code was good enough, if I can say that. It's not a good code at the moment, but it's good enough so that that didn't break and I didn't need to worry about backwards compatibility because I thought all the shapes will need to be translated by a bit. But our code for drawing those shapes and um, for drawing the canvas in the right place and with the offsets somehow worked in the end. Oh, and this selection tool. Yeah, let me do a quick update. So this selection shouldn't start if also selecting with the, yeah. So let's just say that so that it doesn't happen. So now dragging with the middle button doesn't select the items anymore. And undo, I don't know, should the undo change the position of the stage as well? This is something that I don't really think it's necessary. It's just a perspective thing. So a quick commit here. Right. Oh, more messages. Mouse position. Yeah, I think this will be the responsibility of the viewport, but the viewport also needs to know the properties, like the canvas properties there. Let's see how we do it. And Javed is there. Hello, I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Yeah, offset, probably you wrote that while I was still figuring stuff out. Chess game. Okay. Well, good for you. I'm happy to hear that you made this project. Okay, exam. Wow. Good luck. I'm not sure what the question is there. Cosine and sine. Maybe links to self-driving car, one of the first lessons where we had that kind of different coordinate system than typically. A simple reason is because I want the car to go vertically, meaning angle 0, and typically angle 0 is on the left, on the right. So there's some switch there happening, and maybe it was a mistake to make the project like that, because many people are familiar to some kind of unit circle. But then again, the unit circle you study in math class has the y pointing vertically, and here the y is down. So I think there needs to be some kind of ability for programmers to understand that sometimes the coordinate system is something else. And that's why I didn't stick to some standard. Control drag instead of control D. That's something that might be a nice thing for the future. But I think it's yeah. Let's add it for much later. I'm not sure what boxy SVG is. I think I just want it to be okay, well, this is for editing SVG files, I think. Other than that, it looks pretty similar to ours, except much better. And wow, the tools are really nice. Okay, I didn't want to create something there. I just... Yeah, we will have also these kind of things. But I can already tell that this is really centered along vectors, and I want to have also raster functions. Like if I upload some image, I want to be able to do background removal and things like that. So that's also going to be a little challenge, because typically applications don't allow you to do both of those things, and how to organize. Yeah. Okay, and this lets me type there. That's really great. And resizing. Okay, it resizes it. Still as a vector, that's great. So this is basically implemented as DOM elements on top of in some container here. It doesn't use a canvas, and that's the problem with this kind of implementation, that doing the other types of operations that I have in mind would be harder, or you would maybe have to use multiple canvases, one for each of those shapes or something. I don't know. But this is nice, and I don't get the point about the browser extension. I think maybe there is a way to install this as an extension, but it's gonna be like this, basically. It already is like that. It's just ugly, and this transform box doesn't work yet. It's only using these properties here. Let's see also if I export this shape. Let's try drawing a shape. Does export still work? So let's draw a star. Oh, a very strange looking star. Export. No. Oh, save. I wanted star. So now loading. I can load the star as an image. This works, and move it around. It has a transparent background. But if I load the star as a JSON file, okay, it's coming in the correct place. So all good. I was worried a little bit about those offsets. Also now with the save. Yeah, everything still works. Cosine and sine. Well, I mean, if you think about let's see. Oh, wait, I have an oval. Aha, and the shift. So I can actually draw it like this. But I can't draw lines. So I just use this thing here. So this is 0, angles or radians or whatever. Typically functions work with radians in programming. Radians are different because the angles go from 0 to 180 and then to 360 and then go to 0 again, but radians can go to any number, so it just means more moves around the circle. And then if you have some specific angle like this, let's just say it's in degrees here, and say it's 30 degrees. So if it's like that, then typically this is the cosine, I think. And the sine is the value when you project it on this vertical axis here. But the thing in that course is that that car is going like this. So these are the wheels here, and it's going upwards like that. And I really want this to mean an angle of 0. So in that kind of situation, the 0 has to go up. And you can think about this shape here rotated to the left. But that's not enough, because really what happens here is only in your math class, where positive values go upwards. So you have to somehow consider that the circle here, the angle grows like this instead of like this. So this is actually minus 30 in the computer case. So this thing here actually goes downwards like that. It's a little bit hard to wrap your head around. So then this corresponds to this arrow right here, and that means that changing the value here as a positive value like this. So I think this is supposed to be a plus there. I might be wrong. You have to check the tutorial and how it explains it there, because I don't remember anymore. But basically, if this is a positive angle increase here, then this circle that I drew now like this doesn't apply here. It needs to be with this vertical and even flipped. So yeah. So positive values for the sign are going to go here. And it might be something like this. So it might be now that the sign is here and the cosine is here in that space, but I don't remember, so some things I forget really. So this would be now the cosine, and this would be the sine in that flipped space. It's yeah. So that might be the reason, and it probably, if it is like this, then it might be negative sine here. I don't know. But yeah, I think this is the typical case. So let's have a quick check. So cosine, I think it is on the horizontal by default. But that just assumes that increasing values horizontally to the right and vertically towards the top, if it is like that. But for some reason, all these explanations are very complicated. Yeah, so typically it is exactly like this. But just keep in mind that like the arrows that are typically drawn around this circle, that's just a convention, and we typically mean that X increases to the right and Y increases to the top. On a computer, Y increases at the bottom. It's just another convention. And I mean, I don't know, this left to right, maybe it's because that's how you read in many cultures, but there's no problem drawing the circle in another way. What is always important is how the things increase. That is the thing that we typically change as to left, consider as left to right or bottom to top or whatever. Yeah. Anyway, we don't do this yet, but we might do some trigonometry if we implement the rotation of the shapes soon. I don't know if I have it in me for today, but yeah. So now refactoring the code that we just wrote. Don't know if that helped, but yeah. Okay, so it's a code Chrome extension too. Hey, good morning. Bester none. I included your code, so I accepted your request. Yeah, straight line. When doing the path, that's a good idea. I would start by making a new tool, a line tool, and using that, and then maybe because if I would have the straight line, like forcing me to draw a more straight line here with the shift, it's still going to add very many different points along the way. So maybe it's not something that I would really want. I just want the start point and the end point if I have shift, but I don't know. Yeah. This is a standalone project. I don't know what I will do with it eventually, but I just want a tool I can use to edit my thumbnails so it has all the features that I want that I normally use. I normally make my thumbnails as a combination of vector and raster manipulations, so normally programs are not that good at doing that. And I use PowerPoint a lot for them, really, because it does have surprisingly many features there. Like this is a vector object here, but you can actually copy it and paste it as an image as well. And then for image manipulation, I don't know, there are crazy things here that you can apply to it, like give it this kind of strange texture. This is something that is typically lacking in vector editing software. You can also do these kind of Boolean operations, and I use them a lot, and it's quite straightforward, like intersecting or fragmenting them. So you could get these different components, really useful tool. But then background removal and some other features in PowerPoint, they are not that good. So that's when I typically turn to the Photoshop. So really, the most common applications I use are Photoshop and PowerPoint nowadays. Sometimes I have to switch to something else, but it's rare. And I would like one application to do that and to be good. Like the features that I use in these are typically hidden behind a lot of stuff, like in PowerPoint, you can do so many things that it's just normal that the tools are very difficult to select. Like here, maybe you want a pencil tool, you have to do this kind of click and hold and whatever. But maybe I never use something like the burn tool or whatever. So then I wouldn't like to implement that, at least not in the beginning. I would just leave space for the others and remove an extra click from these hidden features. So somehow my idea with this is just to teach how to make a drawing app, learn how to make a drawing app, because I made one a very long time ago, but it was quite basic. And that's really the thing. And then use the end result to make my thumbnails. So that's pretty clear reasons for making it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, holding shift, you need to know the start and end point, and then if you decide to have a vertical line instead after you start drawing it horizontally, messy stuff happens. And in general, I mean, these applications have a differentiation from the path tool and the line tool. And I think that the path tool doesn't do anything with shift, but the line tool does. It keeps it horizontal like that, or at some kind of clear angle, like I guess 20, 45 and 90. Okay. Anyway, pan and zoom, they are done, but they are not ready. So they work, but they are not ready. Having something that works in the application doesn't mean that it's ready. It just means that the code that I wrote for it works. But for a code to be really ready, it needs to be much cleaner than the mess that we made now. Think about all the things that I'm always changing every time I'm making some improvement. It became now this, wait, where is it? So if I go to the rectangle tool, I'm doing here some operations like subtracting values from the canvas properties, then asking the viewport zoom, the viewport offset, mouse position, these kind of calculations that I somehow did mostly in my head, a little bit of explanations. But these have to be remembered every time you would implement a new shape. And really, if I would implement a new shape next time, like let's say the line tool, I would probably take this code and maybe copy it and extend from this somehow, but I would not remember all of these. And if I would start with the code from scratch, I would definitely have hard work here because I would like to know what is the start position without knowing how the viewport works anymore, if that makes sense. So the viewport's responsibility should be to do these calculations for me. That's kind of the thought here. So let's try to do that. And I did the zoom and pan in a very messy way, and now I'm hoping to clean it up. So we need more things here in the viewport. We need to know for these operations, we need to know the canvas properties as well. So that needs to go here. And I think I don't know if we need the stage properties. Maybe we also need those if we want the viewport to draw the stage. So stage properties as well. So let's try to do that. And in script.js here, so these two things, they need to be passed when creating our viewport. Okay. And now this calculation that we do over and over again, like taking some raw coordinates from the canvas, subtracting something, scaling by something, and whatever, these can be done inside a function that gives us the true mouse position in that space of the viewport. So maybe get mouse position. Let's see what Copilot wrote for us here. So I'm just going to copy this and go here. Subtract the canvas properties offset. And then after that, scale with the inverse of the zoom. And then subtract the viewport offset. Yeah, so this should work. Now viewport is this essentially. But the properties of the canvas here, I'm not storing them. So And we are not yet using the stage properties. But this get mouse position from the viewport is going to help, I think. So now if I go, for example, to the rectangle here, I can just say start position is viewport get mouse position from E. And this is not needed anymore. So this should mean that the rectangle tool still works now. It's the only one where we made this fix. So because this code is a little bit better now, we could start to replace it wherever, like the oval here, these many lines of code now. They become simpler because the responsibility for how to calculate the mouse position goes to the viewport. The start position in this case. Okay. And then in the shape here, we have those callbacks. This is something that we also had to do all of those subtracting and offsetting and whatever. So scaled mouse position, we can just say here mouse position. Like so, and replace this. Scaled is somehow not a needed word anymore because we are calculating it from the viewport, so it's assumed to be scaled already. I think that having too long names is not necessarily a good thing, even though it would explain more clearly what it is. It's not the real mouse position, it's the mouse position in that viewport. It's really what you are working with all the time in this application. So I think no problem naming it like that. Of course, there are people who will say otherwise, and I agree. I mean, you could say otherwise, and it's not really a big change. Okay, so the shape, the oval, and the rectangle should have worked. Then the path also uses here the same kind of code. So mouse position, viewport get mouse position. No, this was start position. Okay, so start position is viewport get mouse position, and then mouse position here. Oh, okay. This should be actually called mouse position. Now it's something strange happening here because it's not the start anymore. It's on every mouse move callback. So mouse position here, we can just use that one and say viewport get mouse position and pass it here. And I think this will work for the path. Yeah, okay. So this got many lines removed there. The image, I don't think we needed. The text we needed. So the text also is messy here somewhere. Asking you to know how to do all of these operations. So scaled position, okay, I think we just use the mouse position variable and we ask again the viewport to get it for us. Okay, and this should work. I hope. Path, rectangle, oval, let's drag a little bit text. Let's make these properties a little bit different, move them around. Moving works. Moving works, but it still works with the old nasty code, I think. And the image, does the image work? Yeah, seems to work. So moving and selecting works, but it's still with the old code. So let's see what we can do about that. In the tool events, I think. So this code here is really scary, and probably next time we will get it much more clean, I hope. But it's really scary. Look at this monster. It's 70 lines just inside of this function, and they should be, my advice is usually so that all the functions fit on a screen. So it should be made from multiple function calls or whatever. But here, okay, mouse position, this is again that kind of similar thing. So to get the mouse delta. Okay, here we are not using the viewport really. It in the same way, it's not caring anymore about the translation, if you see. So it takes the difference and it just scales it because it doesn't matter. So this is about moving the different shape. And if you think about our tool, so what is this thing here really? So if I have a shape, let's say it's this rectangle here, and I'm clicking here, and I'm moving something here, what I calculate is this difference here, this difference vector. And this difference vector, I'm not actually calculating it here at the moment. I'm calculating it somewhere relative to the true 0, 0 point, which would be all the way up there in the corner somewhere. But this arrow that I'm calculating, because it's scaled, it doesn't matter where it is. It's when you do the subtraction of the start and the end location that we do the drag, we get an arrow like this, which typically is centered at the 0, 0. So by default, vectors are like that. And this is the vector that we use for the update. So we don't necessarily need here to get this mouse delta, which is the most important part here. We don't necessarily need to get the true mouse position in that space. We just need the scaling to happen. And that's a little bit of a processor saver here because we don't translate, but really it just makes the code messy, and I don't think we are saving that much. So I don't know. So this delta, let's see. So the mouse position comes from there, and start position is here. So again, not using the... I think we might keep this code as such. So it's not using the viewport's location, it's using the true one on the screen. And then here with the mouse location, yeah, it actually here, these are the things. Okay, I think the code is actually cleaner if we do the change. So what we would have to do is get the start location from the viewport, like so. And now mouse position here, also from the viewport. But then the mouse delta doesn't need the scaling anymore because this one is already scaled, I think. So what we do is just we subtract only the subtracting part from mouse to start. And I think that this is still going to drag the shapes around. Let's see. So rectangles and moving them around doesn't work. Let's undo these and try again in case I broke it somehow differently. Okay, so no, this works just fine. I really think the deltas should be the same. So let's try const start position 2 is viewport get mouse position, and mouse position 2 is viewport get mouse position. And now mouse delta 2 is vector subtract the 2's. And now let's console log mouse delta and mouse delta 2. So I'm just debugging here. And let's have here mouse delta 2 set to null. And let me remove from here some of these console logs in the tool events because I don't want to be confused by those. Okay, so now they are the same. And if I zoom, they are the same. So what's the problem? They seem to be the same always, those deltas. Same values. So, well, okay, a little bit different this other one, but it's just because of how the floating point operations can work differently, giving you some weird last decimals there. I'm confused. So mouse delta is the thing that is being yeah. So why replacing here mouse delta with mouse delta 2 doesn't work? Okay, why does it work? My whole point was to figure out why does it work. Okay, weird. So if I just keep here mouse delta, start position, and I don't need the 2 here, and I also don't need this line. And then same thing here. Now it doesn't work. Oh, great. Oh. Okay. The image data for this has already been translated. Okay. I'm not going to go into this. So I leave it as such. It's not going to be much simpler, even if I fix it. But what I will do still is here I will ask the viewport to scale. Yeah, so viewport scale the difference here. So let's first that and the viewport to scale the difference, because I don't want to know at this stage that scaling means using the zoom in this weird way, like 1 divided by the zoom. So of course it makes sense from the math perspective, but I don't want it to be something that you need to remember. So this diff that we are calculating, that we are scaling here, I want the viewport to be able to do it without that. And I don't want the offset, so just scaling at this stage. Okay, so now let's see. Okay, now everything works. And I realized that this name here, get mouse position, is stupid. I mean, we should be able to do this with any kind of position, and it could be any kind of position there. So really, what it's doing is, so here it's scaling it with the properties of the viewport, and here it's subtracting the offset, it's scaling, and then subtracting the other offset. Crazy. So this accounting for that position in the beginning, that we want the center point of the screen to be 0, 0, and then scale and subtract. This should be a vector here, really. I mean, yeah. And the name of this function, I don't know how to call it. It should be something like get position, really. Get position, because it means within this context. So get position, let's try refactoring it here. So get position, and let's see if it changed it everywhere. It did change it everywhere. But also new vector of that shouldn't be needed. So vector is the parameter here. It makes it more general in this way. And because we do want to work with vectors and not with these kind of objects that come from the DOM API. So here, and let's leave it with E. I don't want to change this now, and maybe it's okay. But I will still call it get position from this, and it's a step forward. So let's see later how we handle that. Okay. Okay, so one more thing that I want to clean up is in these tool events, that rectangle region. It's really messy somehow. Because we are doing those calculations in a very, in a divided way. We do the calculations without the vector operations that we have to help us. So yeah. Okay, I'll take a break, check the comments and eat something. So then I do this fixing there. Get adjusted position. Yeah. I'm just thinking, because it's part of the viewport, yeah, maybe get adjusted position is better. Or adjust position, maybe, because no, because adjust position would imply that whatever you have here becomes modified. Let's try. Yeah, okay. Naming things is hard, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. So back to that place here where we are going to do the next update. So these values here, x, y, x, y, I think already in the very beginning I want them to be vectors. Min x and max x, y. I guess min and max could be something, or top left, bottom right. Yeah. Listen to the conversation. What conversation? I'm just reading chats. So I don't have, if you think about, I don't have maybe like Discord open or something like that. I'm just talking to myself, to the camera, and to you guys in the chat. So yeah. Okay. Singleton makes sense because we don't have many viewports. I hear music. I hear music in my headphones. So it's less boring. Yeah. Well, problem now is all the code that I have here assumes some viewport global variable. If I would do that, then I would get the same functionality really, but it's not not assuming some global variable is there. It's just uses the instance associated with the class. So maybe it's better. Mhm. Not sure. Let's leave it for next time. I'll think about it. The only thing is, would I need for any reason this application to have multiple viewports? Like, if you think about Photoshop, it's kind of a bad example, but mm, let's see. Here's some cool picture. Um, is this another viewport here? Or should it be? Like if I will ever implement tools like this. Now it only has zoom in and zoom out, and for some reason this hand is appearing here, which doesn't do anything. Um, For some reason, it toggles the preview here when I click on it. But, oh, okay. Now it does something. Yeah, so doing zooming, modifying displays is one thing that we might eventually need to have in our application. So in that case, having the, and maybe even some other kind of operations there. So maybe having the viewport so that we could define multiple of them. Like now the zoom in this place here, it's very different from the zoom here. So two different viewports there. And that's kind of my only reason why I wouldn't want to make it a singleton. Yeah. But global variables are not great because like if I'm working on this rect and some new person comes to the project and wants to make a new tool, they will be like, what is this viewport? And then they start looking for it and there's nothing here. So yeah, well, let's see. I'm gonna try now to clean up this. So rectangle, min x, min y, and so on. So I want to have here top left. And let's initialize these with, let's make them 0. So like so. And now start position here should be a vector. And this one also. So width and height, this is really an offset. Or, okay, let's keep them like this because they need to be positive values. But they are here. And then updating those. Okay, how about it's not typically a standard thing to have, but Okay, Copilot thinks it's a standard thing to have. So maybe it is. Let's go here and now we can say top left is I think this way of writing the code is nicer with the static functions this time, and bottom right like this. So we don't need those calculations, and these need to be let because they change. And actually, width and height and these calculations, they can come now. So like that. We don't need these. Like that. I think this is correct. And here, the crazy stuff. So that replaces this horror. And here, I don't think I will deal with it too much, but hey, maybe this is fine. So these not needed anymore. Let's see. Did I break everything? So select. Looks like I did. Ah, this get adjusted position is not in vector form. So yeah, this is the thing that I didn't like before. That's the reason. So it's looking for those offsets. I really think that that's the problem. So just to test real quick if this is the reason, get adjusted position 2. Never call the functions like that, but I just know that I will not have this immediately after I know that this is the reason. I will remove the 2 from there. So let's try. Seems to work just fine. So the code is better, but we really need this function here now to work with the vector like that. So we can do this. Maybe I can have something like this. Kind of a helper function there. Still small enough to fit here. So let's see if we can reuse these. Okay. And now I will copy this everywhere else. So in the path from these and here and here and here and here. Oh. Yeah, forgot the 2. Let's say there is this warning that has happened for a very long time and I haven't looked into it. Get image data. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I guess something like this. Let's see if the issue goes away. So okay, seems like that went away. So are we done with this minor refactoring here? I think that it's at least better than what we had before. What is this code? Doesn't do anything. Ah, okay. Yeah, it does do something. It updates that value. Okay. Right. I think I'm moving now this as to a done feature. So let's do it, and I'm gonna do a commit as well. All right. Yeah, I think you're still talking about that viewport situation, and I'm not gonna worry about it. It's not anything very problematic at this point. And hello there. Now, next feature, this gizmos stuff. It scares me. Bounding box, I think, could be this defined by this top left and bottom right. Let's see if we get to that today. Next time will be all about refactoring, and I think that's when I would need a lot of help. Because in general, if I refactor something the way I want, it's not really a good thing for everyone else interested in the code. So Yeah, let's see. Okay, so Gizmo. We don't even have a Gizmo object. I think it was in the shape here. Mhm. This is something where that bounding box would be useful. Let's try to do the bounding box and the gizmo kind of hand in hand. Or I don't know. I think it's too much somehow. So how do the shapes currently resize? If I have a rectangle here and I resize it like this, I call something from that, right? I call set width and set height. And this gizmo, let's debug with this. This gizmo doesn't appear here or anything like that. It just it's just a bounding box rectangle there. Yeah. Yeah. F2 is the shortcut from the thing that I clicked at some point. But maybe I renamed something when by just copy pasting. I don't know. But yeah, thanks for the tip. Yeah, and then the check for containment or intersection could be in the bounding box class. Let's do a change. Let's create a folder, utils, and move the utils that we have at the moment, those kind of random functions here. Let's just move them in here. And let's call that one misc for now. I really don't like doing that because things should have a better name. But that's a kind of a file I use for now for how to say for putting things that I don't know where to put. But at least this vector is also a utility, and I want to move that one there. And here, let's do that. What else is like that? Shortcuts maybe can also go there. And let's try to do some kind of reorganizing in this way. Okay. Okay. Maybe at some point we can use modules here. Yeah. Anyway, let's try doing this bounding box. I'm thinking if the bounding box would make life easier when making the gizmo, but anyway, it's a good idea to implement it. So let's just do it. Bounding box. And I think it also gives a very good example of how code can become better. And these tool events, it's really just, we have moved some of them to the respective shapes. We still don't have tool classes yet. But these ones are really only for selecting and for rectangular select. So I'm just going to call this select tools. Okay. So here, points, get points, new bounding box from these points. Maybe we want the bounding box to be defined by other things like top left and bottom right, actually. So let's see about that. Maybe we just say from points like this. So now we already know a way that we can create the bounding box. So maybe we keep the constructor from top left and bottom right, but this is good, but no. our min and max only work with 2 points. Maybe we can fix it. So vector min, all of these here could be in theory working with multiple. Let's just say let's just see this if it works for now, and then maybe we can replace those. Okay. But this doesn't work, so no. Maybe like okay. So now in the select tools, this is the code for the box. And looks like we add to these okay, the points where we add the shape center. So actually points map add the center. So not individual, but like that. So now we have the box, and then containment and whatever, everything else. Let's try here. Is this the same? Let's see, containment. So if top left X is less than the box top left X, yes. Bottom right X greater than, yeah. Top left Y less than, yeah. I think it's correct. It's just flipped around. So contains, we just return that, and then intersects, I'm just gonna assume it works and test. So now containment, if we don't need this, if Okay, this is a shape box. And a rectangle box. And this one would work like that, but also new bounding box with the top left and top right that we had previously. And here, if a rect box contains shape box, then shape is selected. And if a rect box intersects shape box, then the shape is selected. So somehow we reduced the code here quite a lot, I think. If it works. Okay, now let's see what we did. Yeah. I think the problem is here. So multiple parameters here. And when I call it like so, I don't think that the syntax lets me do that in a nice way. I'll think about it. If somebody knows some clever syntax there. Oh. Yeah, I just want the array there. Okay. Okay, this is fine, but this one breaks. So bounding box from points. I'm going here, putting the debugger before, and let's do the same thing. And now let's step into this. And go there. And now the points are something. So this multi-min, what is happening? It's going here, vectors are vectors. Top left is the first one. Okay. Ah, it's not returning. Let's call this top left, since that's what it's doing. So F2 and bottom right. Okay, so intersection works. How about containment? So containment was a setting that we have here at the top for how do we want the rectangular selection to work. It doesn't select it, but if it's contained, seems to work. Okay. One more quick check. Okay. So I'm happy we did a little bit more refactoring here because, oh, these are actually not needed anymore. I think we could just put here this and this. Yeah. So nice. These points are not really needed here. So we could put shape get points here. Like so, and I think everything still works. Okay, so getting a little bit better here, even though I don't think the purpose today is about refactoring in general. And I'm quite sure that this bounding box stuff can be useful in other places as well, but I'm not going to look for them at the moment. I don't know what is Remotion.js. Videos from JavaScript and CSS? That's interesting. Maybe someday I don't know. If I remember to check it out and if it's interesting. Okay, so anyway, we have a possibility to do the bounding box stuff. And if I go to the shape now, so here the draw gizmo, it's not yet an object, but this get points. Yeah. And then min x, whatever this is. Bounding box from points. And now drawing it instead of doing these calculations again, which look very similar like before. I'm just going to call it box because it's clear. It's coming from a bounding box. Okay, they are adding center. Like that. And then really, this is just box dot top left, X, Y. And this is really the width and the height. And they don't work at the moment. But if you go to bounding box, when you create one, you could always add those like that. So descriptive from this, and it stores the values, so you don't need to recalculate them at each time. And they are useful properties to have here. So now it works just as before, but the code is better already. It's not repeating those operations all the time. And now this draw gizmo. So where is it even called? So if selected, draw gizmo. Should these gizmos be elsewhere, not part of the objects themselves? And should they be attached to the objects? I think it would somehow make more sense like that. Yeah. So I'm going to go to just here and add the gizmo. And let's construct it on a shape. Constructor on a given shape. And let's give it the possibility to draw itself. Yeah, that's good. And now from the shape, I don't want to draw gizmo. Well, anyway. Let's copy this. Center. Okay, so something like this. Okay. And this draw gizmo not needed anymore. And somewhere in in script.js, draw shapes. So this one, we draw the shapes and then we draw the gizmos, or let's see if we can have them somewhere here as global. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to draw the gizmos like that, but the gizmos only exist for the shapes that are selected. So I'm gonna update it here, even though probably it's not the best place to do it. So like that, I'm getting the gizmos, then I'm drawing them. And now, oh, I don't know what's wrong. Some craziness is happening, and I don't know why. Oh, wait, I have errors, probably. No? Yeah, I have many errors. Yeah, so let's first look for that draw gizmo. And remove it from everywhere. Oh. 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 It's trying to draw gizmos for shapes that are already that are not really done, like in the process of drawing them. So they don't have yet a decided width and height. Yeah, basically before this recenter has been called. Hmm. Why? This current shape, isn't it something? Ah, okay. But why is it there? It's not selected, right? So it's not selected. I mean, let's see. This draw shapes. Ah, um, maybe now. Okay, seems to work. Wow. Um, thanks. I don't know how great it is if I'm trying to teach like this because it's trying to solve the problems at the same time, and sometimes I can't focus what I should be saying. So maybe it gets a little bit like confusing, a lot confusing, too confusing. I don't know. Thanks, Mert. Why didn't I look there? Why didn't I look? When did you write? Oh, not too long ago. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I should learn to peek a little bit more often at the chat. Okay, so that's the reason it was breaking. Right, so now we can draw the gizmos separately and maybe we can also interact with them somehow. Okay, let's try drawing also those rectangles there. So rectangles for transforming the shape or circles or whatever. I like to use rectangles more for some reason. I don't know why. Like maybe Animate has these rectangles here. And wow, I'm really used to these tools in Animate because I've used Flash for so long. It's interesting, they don't even have indicators for rotating. The rotating, like in PowerPoint, it has this thing here clearly visible. But here you just have to know that you move your mouse on the outside of this and somewhere here in this region. Other tools have it everywhere. I think maybe Photoshop, I don't know. So the indicator that I can rotate is there, but it's actually everywhere outside this region. So here I can rotate, here I can rotate. Anywhere that is outside, it's rotating. Let's see about that later, but now I just want these rectangles to show somewhere. So I just draw them for now. um, so let's start with the top left of the box. So we want to draw a box or something, a rectangle at the top left of the box. Let's just try that. So black. Okay. Voiding hard-coded values there. And now, okay, I have one rectangle appearing there. And maybe bigger. Yeah. And it should stay the same size when I zoom out, because I really want to click this thing. And if it's small like this, it's horrible. I can't focus my mouse on it. So okay. And actually, same goes for the thickness of this orange stuff. I don't want it orange. Okay. How does this look if I have a rectangle here? It looks, I guess, fine. Let's actually leave them black and no dash. I like this flash look. Okay, but the thickness of this, it should be 1 divided by the zoom to keep the thickness. So notice how now it's something small here in the middle. But if I make this so small that the yeah, maybe it's clear what I mean if I have a little bit of thickness there. So now it's all black because that thickness stays the same no matter what the zoom level is. I think it's fine. Okay, but small. I don't want it to be overwhelming, so this is okay. And the center here, sure. That could actually have the dashed line. Okay. So this is one of them, and I need more of them. So damn. I would have to do this for the for another point. Top right. And then bottom left, bottom right. But bottom left and top right don't exist. So in the bounding box, one thing that we could do is define those as well. So top right. Yeah. Okay. So now we have that. I don't get power Photoshop really. The aspect ratio is kept apparently even with the middle ones. Like this that is supposed to change the width, it's changing also the height. If you hold shift it doesn't, but somehow I feel like it should do that by default. Like here. And of course aspect ratio gets kept with the shift key there. Okay. Hello. Now, do we need the middle ones? These we might use some time, but the middle ones, I don't think this is something that the bounding box needs to worry about. So the middle ones, when we, if we want, like in the middle of this and this and this and this, this is something that only the gizmo needs, and some gizmos don't even have it. Somebody gave me a tool, this fabric. Okay, it does have the middle ones also. I have seen some tool that doesn't have them, but okay. Yeah. So those points, let's see. Oh, okay. Needs to be an array. Okay. So I know that I'm going to refactor this very soon, but okay, now it looks like this. Of course, the would be nice to have also the functionality. I want to reuse the same kind of clicking strategy with the hit test canvas there. So these items should ideally go there as well. And these handles, let's call them handles. I'm going to make a new folder, transform box. And in that, I'm going to move this gizmo. So here, and I'm also going to add here handle JS. So a new class. Okay, so now this goes here. And after we are equipping it on the shape, let's define those handles. So yeah, this is much better. So we need them like this, and that means that here we can just loop through everything and draw. So but the handle doesn't have a draw method yet. So Oh. Oh. Yeah. Hey, finally. Clamp. Mhm. Um, I fixed this at some point. Clamp. I'm not sure what you mean by that. But yeah, now it's like that. And actually, this is proper. No. Okay. And I think that I want for this handle, maybe it could extend shape. Let's try and see what happens. So wait, maybe not. How many things does the shape interface have there? I don't think I want to do that, but this generate ID is something that maybe like that. I think this can go into some other place eventually. Maybe um, manipulation class or something. I'm not sure. But I'm just gonna keep it here for now and think about refactoring it a little later. But I want to use the same hit test canvas there. So how was that one? It was ID. Okay. And get RGB. So these I would like to reuse somehow. So now the handle, this ID is shape generate ID, and maybe what was it called? Get hit RGB. Okay. Yeah. Max. I'm not sure where to use the max. Okay. I'm not happy with this. New gizmos seem to be created every time we move the shape, or new handles are created, or something. Yeah, new gizmos are created every time. I think these handles should be something that the gizmo can re. They are only. Hmm. It's not necessarily a problem, but it's not very efficient. Let's just see how it goes and worry about it when we need to worry about it. So if I go to the shape has this draw shapes, and no, this draw method. So the draw on the rectangle. The draw considers if it has some hit region, if it's being drawn on the hit region or not. So maybe we can do the same thing for these handles. And we can do that. And now and draw it twice. So in the gizmo, what happens to all the others? How do they know where the hit region is? I think they just use some kind of draw is called twice. Okay. So the gizmo itself can be drawn twice. Probably here. Okay, and then here, so now they appear also there and they are colored. And basically, I could use them for the detecting if I'm clicking on them or not to do some kind of meaningful, some kind of operation with them. Ah, while zooming in and zooming out. There is one restriction here, and the other one, I think I haven't set the restriction for this one. Somehow I thought, why not zoom in forever? I think at some point, Canvas has some limitations, so maybe objects start to disappear or whatever. But there is some clamping happening. Yeah, a lot of stuff needs to be cleaned up and refactored next time. It's gonna be a boring one. Not much will change. Maybe just some look here. But many things that I'm implementing now, they can be much better. Okay, so yeah, I like that you can see the handle here, even though this shape is on top. That is nice. Here as well. So they will be clickable. Mhm. Now the point is to figure out that we are clicking on something of the gizmo. Like this. How does it work? I forget everything about this code now. So when we select something, clicking for select like this, if shape, we also have control clicking, which is a feature. If there is a shape, wow, this is gonna become super messy. I'm happy I cleaned up some of it. So if there is a shape, then we do something like this. It might also be a handle now. Okay. Okay. And maybe the handle can also come. So here we can say if gizmo probably nothing else has to happen here. So let's just return because we are clicking on the gizmo. So, oops. Yeah, so clicking on these now doesn't unselect the object. It prepares to do something else. So if there is a gizmo, I can also get the handle quite easily if I want because I have the ID. But these crazy things. So yeah, maybe we try adding some functionality like this inside of the gizmo class. So gizmo add um, event listeners. Let's try. And then here, event listeners. I'm just going to copy paste this mess. And this is not interesting. Move callback is important. The mouse position. Okay. Canvas here seems to be a global variable. We should do something about that. But move and up callback. When clicking on it, they are enabled, and we need something more. So this start position needs to be known. So start position is there. And then mouse position, the difference between them, the delta is dragging. Now here is what I want to modify the handles location. So old centers, I guess it's something here. Okay, so taking the handle centers like this. If it's dragging, handles. Set center doesn't exist, but H center is equal to add that to the mouse delta, draw the shapes. No. And no, not yet, maybe, but I have to figure out some callback passing in the future for that. But anyway, I don't need these. So does anything work? Oh, why is this a canvas and not a gizmo? Oh, that's why. Okay. Let's try this. I think new gizmos are generated. Every time we do this. This works, but it doesn't apply it anywhere because these. Aha. Yeah, because every time I move a little bit, the canvas re-equips and the gizmo re-equips. the handles change, not just their colors, but the whole, yeah. So, let's try one thing. Okay, this the event listeners should be added also for a specific handle. So that, and handle like this, and we don't loop here, we just say alt center is the handle center, and then here like that. This mouse delta is what we need to do. Maybe with this. Let's see. I don't know if this works. It's wow. Mouse moves too much. This delta needs to be twice. It's now of course not working like this, but we have something. So this gizmo is actually re-equipping on each change here, which is maybe not the best. And drawing all the shapes on each change is, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it looks like something. And now it starts to work also. We really would need to know which handle is which, so. To do this modification here, so maybe we could have the type of this one, like top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. I don't like that we are using here these, so Yeah, I think the autocomplete might help me with this. So, and now in the handles, these can have just some values like this. Anything really. When we use the constants here, the code will be less likely to break in the future. So, yeah, we have that, and creating the handle, the type also here, and this type like that. And when changing it with this move callback here, so let's say in case of write, then I don't think this is needed. Yeah, it wasn't needed because the whole thing re-equips here. So we do that and break, and then similar for left, for top, for bottom. Let's just save now and yeah, and the corners don't work. But does this work? Let's see, top left. Okay. I would put here set size and then a little bit of a helper function here. So the shape would have set width and set height and set size. Maybe this. Let's see if this still works now. So for the top left, yes. And let's implement the rest. Okay, something like that. Okay. We broke something in the text. So this was shape. Okay. Let's load an image also. Maybe the star. Oh, okay. Image also has these. Wow. It feels nice when it works. Okay. And interesting. It works on the other direction as well. It doesn't flip the object. So, let's see, does it flip this object? No, this one crashes completely. Something crazy happens. I think that 0 value was there. Yeah. Okay, this works. This works. No. Oh my. Oh no. Okay. Okay. And the text? Text doesn't do anything because text, I think, shouldn't do anything. Or it depends how we implement it. Should we have like font size selectable somewhere, or do we just rely on the gizmo? Should both of them do something? We can worry about that later. But yeah, why does this one break so horribly? And then the path. So, oh wow. Okay. Do I want it to flip? I think not. I think flipping should be separate operation, separate button somewhere. How do some things handle it? So, okay, this flips it nicely. I kind of like it. How about other things like this one? Yeah, it flips it. It's, I think, a little harder to implement this functionality. And if I get it to 0, which can happen sometimes, then it completely breaks somehow. Wow. Okay. Let's have a look a little bit at what the problems might be, starting with the oval and the resizing from it. Yeah, division by 0 probably. Yeah. I don't know. The rectangle. Oh, yeah, many bugs. The rectangle seems to be quite stable. So what does it do when the oval doesn't? I think that not much, I would guess. what was the error? So okay, negative radius. This drawing, how is it different in the rectangle? So rectangle, left top width and height. Okay, it's setting it like that. Somehow the rect works with the negative width here. It just works, but the other one doesn't. So I don't know. I mean, I could put here, I guess that, and then this is going to work with the oval shape. No more errors there. Yeah. Oh yeah, and multiple selection, it's also something that we might consider. Like, should all of them change depending on that, the same way that I'm dragging more of them? Maybe. I think I like this feature in PowerPoint. Some of them might not work like this. So I know PowerPoint does that, but I don't know what others do really. I don't remember. Okay, this actually has a common transform box for all the shapes, and the transformation is done relative to this. So nice. I like this one, this behavior. Okay, even crazy stuff. Okay, so this works. This works now. The text feature doesn't do anything. We don't have anything for that one. The image, it was doing something. Let's try to make the image. So it's working just fine, but do we want it to flip? I think maybe. And do we know if it flips or not? And how would we find that out? So my image drawing. Let's try that. It's just another one of these that magically work even though it's a negative value. So if it's a negative value, maybe we want it to flip. And that's not... I want to move to the center of the object. And then this is going to be minus those values. And restore. This should be relatively similar. So it's doing the same as before, really. But now after we translate to this point, the center point, we could scale. I don't want to scale with the width height values. I just want to scale with the sign of the width. So, okay. Okay. So we have flip now also. Nice. But we don't have flip for the path. The path is still doing some weird stuff. And this might be tricky. Let's see, because this path, when we set its width and height, we modify all the points. Yeah. So if we modify all the points, it flips every time it's a negative value. I mean, minus with minus become plus, so every time I move something, it flips to the other value. And that means if we do an absolute value of this width here when calculating this ratio, it means we don't have flip, but at least we have this nice behavior that when we yeah. I have to be careful with the zero location because if it's zero, then yeah. So let me just jump over zero. Huh? Okay. Huh? No flip, but no more fidgeting stuff happening. And now, if I look here, at the width value, I think the sign persists. Whoops. So positive, negative sign. what we want to do is, if the sign changes, then we want like if yeah, why did it remove it? It was doing something like, so if that is happening, then we flip, so this gets multiplied by the absolute value there. And I think that now, no. Okay, I was using the wrong value there. Okay, and actually you can write it nicer by saying here, well, not that much nicer. But using this ternary, and we can have it a constant now, so okay. And the same thing we can do here with the height. And the flip goes here multiplied by that, and let's see. Okay. Okay. And that error happens because of 0. So 0 happens if ratio size width if, I guess, size width is 0 or height. Sometimes it's impossible to make it 0. I think it depends at the object's position, and so it's not a thing that always happens. Yeah, I can't reproduce it. But let's say Maybe we want some small value in that case. I don't know. So maybe this fixes it. Okay. Anyway, no obvious issues now. So I think that I'm done for the day. And the rotation some other time. Maybe let's make also the updates so that multiple things are controlled by what? It flips. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. I think I don't want to use TypeScript just because I want the core technologies there. And no compiling necessary. I don't know. I like to be able to do both of those things. So in PowerPoint, for example, you can select multiple objects and like now the height of all objects is changing, even though they might be different heights to begin with. And if I group them, then I have this one control box that goes over all of them, and it's doing some. I don't know if it's the best thing that it's doing. It's a little bit counterintuitive. But yeah, I don't like this behavior here, especially that the object is leaving the box. It's, I think, the root of many issues with PowerPoint and how people understand it, and I don't understand it sometimes because of these like different orientations inside of this. Um, it makes some things more confusing, but other applications, like if you think about how Animate does it, So now we have this oblique object here and this vertical object here. And if I select both of them, this makes sense to me. So this is really nice. So I would like this behavior for selecting multiple when grouping, but I also like this behavior to be kept individual somehow, I think. I really don't know. I think that grouping like this should have a reason. Like now I grouped them and I can select both of them in one go, like this. But if I don't want to group them, I think that sometimes I might want all individual objects to modify. So for example, if I'm going to load here my tree, this one, um, and if I want to change the height of all of these, maybe to 200, I can do it like this. But if I would have just one big control box on top of all of them, they will not be in place anymore. They will stretch in a weird way. But putting 200 here keeps them at the same location. So I think that very often I want to have this behavior where everything has its own center point and the transformation happens with respect to that center point. So I would say these should modify the objects. All objects depending on this delta from the gizmo that we are working. Yeah, the one from Animate is definitely nicer. Yeah. How would I do that one with the multiple change? So that changing one affects all of them. Let's see. Maybe I add the event listeners by the handle type. No. Well, I like this code now better anyway. So this mouse delta is important to add on all of the shapes that are selected, basically. It's crazy. So maybe here, now I don't know. Maybe I could have here change width and then delta. Set width. Maybe this is an alternative thing that works without the box. So yeah. Let's see if we can reuse these. So now here, change width doesn't need that. It just needs the delta. And we do the same thing here, but with height. And let's copy this now here and change size without this, but make sure the minus are kept. Forgot the minus here. It's really important in situations like this to be very careful, because it's very easy to miss a minus or something, and then you don't test some specific feature, you forget about it. And then later, when you test, something happens and you don't expect it and you don't know where it's coming from. You forget that you've ever done something like this. Okay. So now, oh, oh, crazy. So before it was using this box. No, somehow I broke it. Somehow I broke it. It's doing something twice for some reason. Yeah, I can't figure it out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, some modes there. Oh, yeah, yeah. I hope I don't forget. But it's getting quite late and I'm not sure how long I can keep this up, so why does this not work? So no, I don't get it. I don't know. Delta time has nothing to do with this lesson. It has to do with animating things and making sure they are consistent, like the objects reach the same place at the same time, even if your frame rates are changing. We're not animating anything here. Yeah, I can't figure it out. I think that I'm just let's try the box created here. Oh, it's fixed. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So uh, it's not gonna work. I mean, it might work here. Oh. Might work here, but it's not gonna work everywhere when I want to generalize this. This is really annoying. So this works. Oh, no, that doesn't because yeah, that's bug. It doesn't help me because these boxes are something that persist, like the previous box from this gizmo was important. I guess this old center idea might work, but boxes, selected shapes, very nasty stuff here. No. this, and now that, and old box like that, and I think this might work if the problem is what I think it is, but I don't know if this is the best way to implement. And shape. Oh. Let's see. And this is now interesting here because it's similar but not the same. See, one thing that is really different is if I'm modifying this, notice how the rectangle on the top flips before this circle at the bottom flips. So if you think about how PowerPoint does it, let me just delete this and show the same kind of thing. So rectangle and then the oval, it's working with these ratios. So both of them flip at the same time. It might be important. Might be important to have this. So maybe I get this like the ratio. Mouse delta yeah, maybe like this. I think this might work. What does the negative do there? I'm quite tired to think about it now, so let's just try and see if something improves. And I'm getting close to wrap this up, so yeah, okay. And in this one, change width ratio. So I think this simplifies with the bottom part there. So let's just see what we did. I have mixed feelings. Mhm. Mouse delta is 0 at the beginning, but that's when we actually want it to be 1. It gets scaled by 2, so maybe it doesn't need it anymore. No. It needs the scaling by 2. Why is the top different? Okay, I think the sign now gets preserved there. What? Yeah, I should really stop now. Why is the bottom one and the right one working? Then this is somehow opposite. Mm. Oh, It's not what I want. Yeah, okay. This should do something here. Or no. I think I have to give up now. The negative values are needed because they are what's going to make this part of the move here. But here, they should be opposite. It should be flipped. Wait, no, not the negative values. Seems like this fixes it, but at the moment I just guessed. So yeah, and these also need to be fixed. So top um two, 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 two. Okay, so now still doesn't work. Yeah, because this ratio comes from this shape. Okay, now it's that expected behavior, but I don't know how I did it. And this still flips like that. Yeah, probably something I need to figure out. But other than that, I think that this is okay. So that flipping artifact, it's an issue. And for images, they also have the same problem. So, okay, seems to depend also. Like if I flip it and now I use this one, it's okay. But when I start to use this one, it flips it back. So yeah, something there. I think the gizmo itself might need, or the shape itself might need to know that it's been flipped, or maybe this thing with the gizmo reinitializing every time it's a problem. I will have to think about this. But these properties don't change, so it's maybe something that I would like to still do. So where is it? In the properties panel, update display with the selected shapes. So maybe I can go to here. Where was it? Ah, okay. Now we get negative values here. And then they flip. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it like this. And these also flip. Everything flips. It's just that these shapes look the same all the time. So it needs to be something like this to notice it. Like the minus value there. And now if I click this, it flipped to the positive side. So the shape or something, the gizmo may go away. So I'll think about it. It should be the gizmo should know that. I don't know. I think the shape might need to know that it's been flipped. and not really have negative values there. I have to think about it. Okay. But anyway, yeah, thanks. So let's do a quick test of the features. We can draw paths. What should I draw? Maybe. Okay, we can have ovals. Move them around. Select multiple things, change their color, maybe even their size. Nice. Okay, I like this. Then, okay, color again. And yeah. Okay, and let's make some windows there. Why is it not changing? I don't know exactly what happened there. Okay, what happened? I really don't know. Some kind of strange effect happened there. I don't want this to have a fill. So something like that. And that. And maybe I would like to have transparency here, but this tool doesn't let me do that. Okay, let's make it go off screen. And what else? It's night, so I guess let's do something. I don't have a way to reorder the objects, so I can't draw something behind these. But I could draw a rectangle like this and make it night. And now select everything except for the rectangle and copy it. Oh. Why does copy paste not work? Okay, copy paste doesn't work. Let's save this. Let's call it car. And okay, so in script.js, load car, and now copy, paste. Interesting. Load car. So, oh, okay. Copy, delete, paste actually works. Okay. Why are these selected? I don't know. But I'm going to copy this, delete this, move this here, and paste. And now the car is going, is on top of stuff. So, yeah. Maybe some buildings. Let's use the rectangle. Let's do the same trick again. So, oh no, undo. This is now top, and let's make a moon here, maybe the oval tool. Um, why doesn't it work? I don't see those controls. How does animate do it? Ah, they have a white border. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's save. Replace car with this new one. And then in the gizmo, in the handle, okay, they are dotted. It's better. And this one, maybe like this. bigger. No, this should be small. Okay, so the moon, we can make it look more like a moon. Let's duplicate and change it to black. So now this cuts that one. Okay. Duplicate this, duplicate this. Yeah, it's glitchy here because of that. Maybe we make one of them on. Okay. Nice. Maybe the road also. Let's take this color from here. A little bit smaller like this. Or maybe bigger, and we make the whole road colored like this. Let's see. Maybe this is fine. Okay, so okay. Config file. I don't remember how to do it. I don't remember how how I can include the config file here. Yeah, it would be nice to have, but then again, formatting is the least of my worries. Yeah, this drawing. Let's save it. So, save. By the way, you can load the drawings too if you take the code, because they are here in this drawings folder. So car JSON, this is the drawing I made now. And I can load it from there. Back here, I can also export it as an image. So this is a PNG file now, so I can open it like this and sell it. Oh, I didn't realize that the moon is off screen. I forgot where the stage is. Hmm. It's fine. Or not. Now the building is over. Okay, now it's better. You can tell it's the moon. Or let's make it even smaller. Saving car JSON and also exporting car PNG. So now I have both of them here. And okay, this is fine. The €1 million drawing there. $10,000. Okay. Yeah, layers. It's coming there. So layers will be at some point. Today I couldn't do Gizmo rotate, and there are some bugs with the Gizmo resize. So at some point, maybe when refactoring here next time, let's. Okay. But yeah, and bounding box, actually, we did this. And refactoring, we did that. So Gizmo rotate, maybe next time, but refactoring, I want to be the main focus. And then we think about how to rotate with the Gizmo. Now, if I refresh and load the PNG, let's test also this. So it loads the PNG image now. The things are not selectable here, but it's the image. And now this is fine, it's flipped, but if I click this, the bug appears. So making sure that the image knows it's flipped, it's the thing I have to figure out. Yeah, amazing 6-hour journey. And yeah, reordering layers would have been much easier to make this drawing. But it's a minor thing. I mean, it's very easy. Reordering objects in this layer is the first step, really. Reordering the shapes here, it's possible to do without without introducing layers. Yeah, and it's actually 7-hour journey. I think. I'm not sure. But anyway. Yeah, export prettier configuration. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so it's here. But it's not what I'm using. I'm using 3. Let's see what happens if I use 2. Okay, so now it uses the one from here. If I set this to 3. Okay, and I'm actually using tabs, so okay. Yeah, many things today. Not as bad as I thought. I thought it's going to be bad. Now the rotation, it's gonna be crazy. It's projections and axes and trigonometry and something. I really don't think I can do it before I want to refactor now that I have some idea of how this application will look like. So next time, maybe Saturday, I want to spend time just cleaning up stuff and maybe making some things look nicer and fixing bugs. That's all. And then maybe rotating if somehow I manage to stay focused during the whole thing. But if not, then that's it. Oops. Let's do a commit. Yeah, grouping will happen at some point. Okay. Yeah, thanks. So what is this gizmo scaling? Let's see what Copilot thinks I should call this. uh, okay, bounding box gizmo and scaling. So yeah, nice. Thanks for checking it out. Hope it wasn't that boring. Again about delta time. So I don't talk about this now because it doesn't have to do with today's lesson. So it has to do with animation, not with making a drawing app. But yeah. Okay. So that's it. I think that loading now the car from previously still works. I can move the things here. Grouping, yeah, definitely. So now I can't, I can barely select objects like this by holding shift or control and then deselecting things that happen to be in the same box, but grouping these, it's going to happen. So grouping is important, and also changing the order. Like if we do have a group or some selection and I want this to be behind that building, I have a lot of work to do. So those features will make this tool very easy to use. I think so. Now this, I really hate it. It's blocking everything here. I'm going to make this nicer and maybe dockable or something. I don't know. I'll think about it next time when refactoring because it's also buggy being here over everything. And if at least it would have a background, then I would know what is clickable and what not. So sometimes very small fixes like that make the usability of the application much better. But yeah, anyway, I like this progress, and thank you for watching. And I'm happy to hear if that you learned something, and I hope I remember next time all that I did. So it's tricky. Okay, yeah. So thanks and see you.